No, it already is. It already is 5:30, according to the.
5:30.
Look, that clock is a minute. Oh, there it is.
Always on that way.
And Han Lin is always here. This meeting is now called to order. So the special meeting of the Milpitas City Council of October 28, 2025, bringing it to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom or a public comment may only be provided live at the City Council chambers. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code located at the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So back to today's business. City Clerk, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Lian.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Okay, so before we adjourn to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have two items for closed session. The first is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's representative is Rick Bolanos. The employee organizations are ProTech, MEA, MidCon, and unrepresented employees. The second item is public employee employment and resignation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The position is interim city manager.
Thank you very much. And so I will call for public comment on the closed session item. And please note tonight's public comments will be limited to 2 minutes.
We have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any public comments? I don't see anyone on the floor, so we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, it is 7:15. Well, actually 16 now. So council members, where are you? All right. This meeting is now called to order. Right now, it is 7:17, and we will have our city attorney to announce and report anything out.
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there any council member that would like to initiate this? Councilmember Lamb? Okay. Ready? Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. And so now we have time for invocation. And we have Councilmember Chua who will provide the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. Lord, grant our leaders from the city, state, county, and the nation to guide us to have an understanding and compassion to all the people of the nation, the county, the state, and the city to help us guide us in making decisions that are good for the entire city. Thank you for guiding us in keeping our city safe, including the people, the businesses, and properties. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. And so now we will move on to presentations. We have Fire Prevention Week, Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month. We have California Clean Air Day, and we have Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so join me, council members, up in the podium. Good evening, everyone. So I will start with the Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month, this October 2025. So today we recognize the valuable contributions of Hindu Americans to our city and nation. Hinduism, one of the world's oldest religions, has enriched our community with its traditions, values of peace, nonviolence, and pursuit of knowledge. And celebrations like Diwali and Holi are some of those. As we celebrate Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month, we honor the diversity that strengthens Milpitas, fostering a climate of respect, acceptance, and mutual understanding. So let's continue building a more inclusive community together. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the month of October 2025 as Hindu American Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Milpitas. Please come forward. So let's take a picture and then you're going to say something. Want somebody else to take that for you? Then so you can come in here? And what do you guys? Renee was. I don't know who's going to say something, or maybe all three of you. You go ahead and you have the mic, have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I'm Gopal Ajarapu. I'm the current president of Veda, which is right here on Las Cochas Street. Veda stands for Vedic Education and Devotional Academy. And our basic fundamental tenets are based on the 4 Vedic scriptures, the books, which define how a society lives, how, the different paths of life, some of them religious, some of them even warfare, including, science. Vedas are built around that. And a fundamental, again, Hinduism being a non-violent religion, for the most part, all the tenets are there. We at Veda here are working to build a base for the future generations and being, cohesive and trying, our country here is very diverse, but at the same time very inclusive, and we all appreciate that. We've had a great time, and we have a great time and a great relationship with everybody here. And again, I like the base of our religion. We want to have more fun, Holi and Diwali are great festivals. Again, Diwali is a festival that is celebrated when there is a victory of good over evil, by lighting firecrackers and by lighting your house up with lights and lamps. And Holi is another festival, again, which is a fight, where somebody won good over evil. And again, they spread love with colors. And as you can see, most of our clothes are all colorful for the most part. And so right now, we're working with the city in a lot of different things. We're working with the Milpitas City Council, Milpitas Unified School District. In fact, I was supposed to be there right now presenting a check of $2,000 for a STEM grant for the STEM program. And we're also working with the Home for the Unhoused. And, we're trying to do our best that we can. And we appreciate all the help that the city has provided us with, especially the fire department, the police department. The planning commission here has been very good, helpful, and we're grateful for all the help that we've gotten. And you were here at our 12th anniversary, which is back in June. So technically, we've been in the building that we have right now. We've been there for about 14 years, and we just celebrated our 12th anniversary, which is actually called the Pushkarotsavam. Pushkar is 12 years, and we just celebrated our 12th anniversary in the building, and since the consecration of our deities. So if you guys have a chance, please come by. 475 Las Cochas Street. We're just down the road. Yep. Thank you. We appreciate the honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And remember, it's VEDA, Veda. And I remember when I went there, I said, hey, it kind of sounds like vida. Vida in Spanish means life. So it was very appreciated. Thank you for coming. This is beautiful. Now, the next one is our Fire Prevention Week. So on October 5 through 11, 2025, we recognize Fire Prevention Week. This year's Fire Prevention Week theme is Charge into Fire Safety, a timely reminder about the fire risk associated with lithium-ion batteries found in many of our everyday devices. We encourage all residents to follow 3 key steps: buy, charge, and recycle safely. Simple actions like using the correct charger, storing batteries properly, and disposing of them at designated sites can prevent serious fires. The City of Milpitas remains committed to educating and protecting our community through proactive fire safety awareness. So join me, Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the week of October 5 through 11 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Milpitas. And we have our chief, Jason Schoonover. And there you go. Here to accept this proclamation. All right, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to recognize all of the excellent work that the members of our Fire Prevention Bureau conduct on a daily basis. I want to actually give Deputy Chief Belton an opportunity to provide some additional remarks.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I had a little bit of a spiel, but Mayor, you did most of the education piece, so I don't really have a lot to add. But it is a reminder that batteries have become very pervasive in our lives, and simply charging, overcharging, or charging with the wrong implement to charge batteries could create significant problems. There's been a huge uptick in the cause of fires being from these charging situations around lithium-ion batteries. And also just a constant reminder, check your smoke detectors, make sure they're functioning properly. They do save lives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Fire Prevention Month. Good. Okay, so now the next one is our Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Today, we recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women in the United States, with 1 in 8 women expected to be diagnosed in their lifetime. Though it primarily affects women, men are also at risk, making early detection and regular screening vital for everyone. Cancer Care Point provides vital services, including counseling assistance and education for those affected by cancer. This month provides an opportunity to support those affected, honor lives lost, and promote ongoing research toward finding a cure. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. Welcome, come on up. We have this proclamation for you. If we'd like to say a couple of words, and then we can take a picture.
So thank you so much for having me here this evening. I do stand before you as a staff member at Cancer Care Point, but most importantly, I stand before you as a granddaughter of a breast cancer survivor. My grandmother's breast cancer was caught very early, but purely by luck, and this was 40 years ago. What's unfortunate is that many early diagnoses still happen purely by luck. So I truly appreciate, on behalf of my family and of our clients, this awareness that we're bringing and talking about breast cancer, because early detection does save lives. But for those people who will be impacted by breast cancer or any other cancer, we want to affirm our commitment to supporting our neighbors, our friends, and our family members. And I also want to note that this is my second time here in Milpitas this month. The Medical Society at Milpitas High hosted us for their Pink Out football game and tried to raise money for our support services. So what you guys are doing here as a community is being passed on to your youth here in Milpitas. So I want to congratulate you on doing such a great job of bringing that forward into the next generation. So we appreciate your support, and we look forward to partnering with you to continue raising awareness. Thank you. Yeah, we give these out. Thank you so much.
Okay, the next one is the California Clean Air Day. So California Clean Air Day is built on the idea that shared experiences unite people to action to improve community health. By joining together for a unified day of action, we can create new habits to clear the air for all members of California's diverse communities. This October 2nd, we observe Clean Air Day and ask the Milpitas community to do their part with actions such as not idling vehicles, walking or biking to work and school, carpooling, and conserving energy, which can directly improve air quality in our region. So join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming October 1st, 2025 as Clean Air Day in the city of Milpitas. Thank you. And we're going to have Elaine from the Public
share.
Works Division, but she's not here, so we will save it for
We'll
her.
share it with them. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, everyone, and for these proclamations, commendations, and we will see you again. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that is not on today's agenda. So please note that oral public comment may only be provided at the city council meeting in person. And public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. Are there any speakers, City Clerk?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public that would like to make any comments on any subject not on the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public forum, and let's move on to our city attorney for conflict of interest and campaign contributions.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and each member of the Milpitas City Council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
I further ask the mayor and each member of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you, Mayor. Let the record reflect no reported conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so now we will move on to the Milpitas City Code of Conduct. Is there any of my colleagues that would like to recite this code of conduct? Any volunteers? We'll have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you very much for that. And so now approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes before anyone makes a motion? Anyone? No changes?
Hi, thank you. Matt Kano, I'm Acting City Manager for this week. We would like to defer agenda item C5 on the consent calendar. There's some new information that came up today, and staff needs to make some adjustments to the agenda report, and we'd like to defer it to next week.
Okay, so that is not going to be on the agenda, C5. And now I will ask for a motion and a second.
Move to approve the consent items except for C5.
So it was moved by Councilmember Lin. Is there a second?
Mayor, this is for approval of the agenda.
Yeah, so to clarify, this would be approval of the agenda.
Yes,
with
move to approve the
with
agenda.
continuance of item C5
Five, okay.
to another date.
Okay.
Yes, that.
And that was a motion by City Council Member Lien. Is there a second?
Second.
And it was seconded by Vice Mayor. Call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb. Aye. Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, next, we will move to the consent calendar. Staff, do you have any changes, comments on the consent calendar?
None, Mayor.
Okay, now we'll ask the City Council if they have any, if they're going to pull something, one of the items, or accept it. Is there a second? So it was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by, who was it that seconded? Councilmember Lin seconded. So let's call for the vote.
Mayor, we need to call for public comment.
Public comment. I always seem to forget that. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments? Okay, seeing none, let's close it and go ahead and call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay. All right, now moving on to public hearings. 6, we have Assistant City Manager.
Thank you. I'm Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager, and I'd like to introduce Planning Director Jay Lee for item 6, which is the adoption of the potential recommendation for the adoption of the Gateway Main Street specific plan and certification of the associated and subsequent environmental impact report. And I know Jay will kick us off and likely introduce some consultant partners who will be helping with the presentation.
So welcome, Jay Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. We are excited to be here for this project. It's been a long time coming, but it is a big one, so hopefully it's worth it, worth the wait. But ultimately, well, I think this is the wrong slide. We have 2 items for tonight. So.
We're working on getting that up right now. Thank you.
Similar names, so understandable. All right, so the item before you today is the Milpitas Gateway Main Street specific plan, and we are here for hopefully adoption. And as you can see, you see the diagram there that kind of shows the concepts. So we'll go over the plan and try to provide a good summary. So next slide, please. Here's the agenda. We will start with the project context. So we'll start with the specific plan area, so you know which area we're talking about. We will go over the planning process thus far and the timeline, and then go over the specific plan overview. And actually, before going on, I do want to introduce Ascent Environmental. They are an interdisciplinary consultant group that works on projects related to land use, planning, transportation, environmental analysis. So a wide range of issues, all related to development. And Christine Babla is here to help deliver the presentation. We actually have some of our other directors as well, Alex Andrade, Renee Lawrenson, who will provide some more information about ongoing efforts. So for the specific plan overview, we will start with the plan contents, go into the vision and the big moves, then go over the zoning, community benefits, and design standards, which are some of the key topics related to this project, and then go over the implementation priorities. Then we will move on to the environmental review and analysis that was required as part of this project, then conclude with city staff recommendations before going into a time of discussion. Next slide, please. So I'll start with the project context. Next slide. And as you can see, the plan area in orange. We've also included the metro specific plan, which is to the south in the bluish greenish color. We wanted to show both specific plans because those are the two plans in our area, and these are both important areas, but also complementary to one another. The Metro specific plan is where there is the most intensity, as there is a lot of public transportation amenities nearby. The Midtown specific plan is complementary in that the focus is on Main Street, trying to create a more of a local destination that will also be a regional draw, but the scale is a little bit smaller and a greater focus on local businesses. Quickly, the Midtown specific plan was adopted in 2002, which was the original plan for this area, and last updated in 2010. Part of this project is to adjust the original plan's boundaries to focus on revitalizing historic Main Street and the Calaveras Boulevard Gateway. Part of this is also to rebrand and rename the Midtown specific plan to reflect this new focus. And ultimately, this is all to implement the general plan's guidance for a compact, walkable, mixed-use center for the city. Next slide, please. This is the typical planning process for a long-range project. You always start with the existing conditions analysis, and then you go into the community visioning. So a lot of outreach was done, which I'll go into a little bit later. And then we got into the scenario planning to identify the highest and best alternative. Then we also started drafting the plan and the environmental impact report that accompanies the plan. And then we are here now for adoption. Next slide, please. All right, and now I want to just summarize all the outreach that was done, just to show that our real goal was to have this plan be the fulfillment of the community's vision for this area. We actually started with community conversations even before the plan started. We held a series of 3, what we called conversations, and these conversations focused on cultural historic resources, economic development, and housing. And then once the project started, we held some pop-up events relying on existing special events going on in the city. We actually conducted stakeholder interviews for specific key stakeholders, major property owners, developers, and other stakeholders as well. And then we held various study sessions with the Planning Commission and the City Council. We also held community workshops meant for the general public at various points in the project. We even had a technical advisory committee composed of staff. And then we had a 90-day specific plan and environmental impact report public review period, which is longer than even the minimum requirement. And then we are here now for the approval hearings. I do want to say that we did take this project to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval to the City Council. Next slide, please. And now for the specific plan overview, I will pass it off to Christine Babla. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Christine Babla. I am the Principal for Urban Design and Planning at Ascent, and I've been the project manager for the Gateway Main Street Specific Plan consultant team effort. I'll provide an overview here of the specific plan. The specific plan content is regulated by state law and includes the 8 chapters you see here. Excerpts from the document are included at right, and I'll go through some of the key aspects of the plan. Next slide. The Gateway Main Street specific plan area is envisioned as a vibrant center from Milpitas, where attractive neighborhoods and distinctive shopping streets provide a gathering place at the heart of the community. These are some of the key elements here of the vision. Creating a vibrant center, creating a downtown mixed-use destination, a walkable, bikeable, transit-accessible community, and also creating diverse and very meaningful public open spaces. Next slide. Central to the specific plan are 8 big moves. These are all focused around the Main Street and Crossroads areas shown here, and I'll go through more detail on those elements. Next slide. So Main Street, the Main Street District is a really special center and really the heart for Milpitas. The specific plan has planned Main Street as a walkable, pedestrian-oriented, and friendly street with a mix of retail storefronts, outdoor dining, and residential stoops to create a really active and vibrant environment. The streetscape will include upgraded landscaping, lighting, and banners, as well as expanded sidewalks and curb extensions, and a flex zone for a mix of parking and parklets. On the left is the regulating plan that's included in the document, and visualizations are shown at right, including the cross-section and a 3D perspective of what new development might look like with those improvements. This next slide shows the vision for the Crossroads District. This is focused around the intersection of Main Street and Sarah Way. This is really envisioned as the higher intensity mixed use area with an entertainment district focus along Main Street. So we appreciate the mayor's feedback and vision related to the importance of the entertainment district for Milpitas, and that's shown here. As well as a visualization looking east along Sarah at the right-hand, lower right-hand side. The next slide. Sarah Center really represents a great redevelopment opportunity for the city. The specific plan includes 2 potential options for development at Sarah Center. The concept at the left orients new development along a series of linear park blocks, which can become an open space amenity with active retail nodes and at key corners and activating the edges of that open space. The concept at the right shows development oriented around a central park feature with mixed-use retail and entertainment uses centered around an urban green. The specific plan does provide guidance for the redevelopment of Sarah Center, which includes land use, density, and other regulations, as well as provision criteria for the provision of parks and open space and the design of building frontages, as well as retail corners. Next, oh, perfect. Once the specific plan is adopted, the specific plan will function as the zoning for the area. The specific plan includes 5 zones shown here, as well as an overlay zone for the urban reserve areas, providing policy guidance for future redevelopment of those areas, and that includes the North Rail Yards, the South Rail Yards, and the Elmwood District. This slide summarizes the key zoning and development standards. I won't go through detail, but just mention that the maximum building heights are set at 5 stories for much of the plan area, with increased height up to about 7 stories in the Crossroads, and that includes the Sarah Center. There are other elements such as minimum densities and other requirements set for conformance with your housing element. The next slide, this table illustrates the community benefits program. There are 6 incentives offered in the specific plan, which offers for incentives for an increase in density in exchange for community benefits such as green building, green roofs, economic development, provisions such as business retention or lot consolidation, and other options such as provision of public parks or parking and open space. There is a chapter on objective design standards, as well as a detailed chapter on the public realm. Both of these include detailed criteria for the design of buildings, the public realm, and other features. And the plan also includes a very comprehensive chapter on mobility. And the intent there is to address multimodal improvements, the creation of new streets, and the provision of public parking, among other items. As part of the specific plan process, the team did coordinate extensively with multiple city departments, including planning, public works, utilities, and fire to ensure that standards for street cross-sections and other mobility improvements were tested and coordinated across the departments. Then this is my last slide. Just take a moment to discuss implementation. The specific plan includes detailed infrastructure and implementation chapters. This summarizes the key priorities for the plan. Firstly is creating a sense of place plan for the Crossroads and Main Street districts, which implements the marketing and branding strategy for the redesign of Main Street, and you'll hear a little bit more about that here shortly. As part of that, the plan does specify actions to address localized flooding and infrastructure improvements on Main Street that will be further addressed in the sense of place plan. Another key action is assembling a SPAR fund to strategically acquire land and facilitate redevelopment, including prioritizing retail shops along both Sarah Way and Main Street. Next, establishing a parking and shared parking opportunities to help facilitate pedestrian-oriented mixed use and infill development as is envisioned. That will require creative parking strategies. And then a couple other items, including implementing vehicle, bicycle, and ped mobility improvements together with new development activities. And then finally, the preparation of a nexus study will be needed to create a development impact fee program to fund the infrastructure and area-wide improvements that are specified in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Did you come before us before many years ago?
Yes, we have.
You did. That's why I thought I
public
recognized you. So this is your second presentation on Main Street. Not sure, who do we ask questions to? You or you?
Mayor, I think we have a few more slides to get through, right? Director Lee.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead. Director Lee?
Yes, Director Lawrenson and Alex Andrade will give a present or go over the next few slides.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, Alex Andrade, and Renee Lorenzen, Director of Recreation and Community Services. The role that we're playing today is that of what's happening on Main Street now. So Jay and team have been giving you a presentation about long-range planning. So we just want to give you a sense of what's happening. We have a couple slides or a few slides. So I'm going to start with the Milpitas Historic Downtown Business Association. I'm pleased to share that it has been formed as of last year, and it's been recognized through our state as a 501c6, and we're currently waiting for an IRS status at the federal level, and it hopefully will come in by the end of the year. The business association officers have been established, so we have a chair, a vice chair, a secretary, and a treasurer, and that's made up of downtown business representatives. There's roughly 200 businesses within the Downtown Business Association. That fourth bullet point gives you the boundary, so I'm going to bypass that, but you could take a look at that. And I'm also pleased to say that Supervisor Otto Lee supported a grant of $15,000, which was approved by the Santa Clara County Supervisors. This $15,000 comes to the city, but will be utilized by the Downtown Business Association, specifically for branding efforts. The next section here is going to be a tag team between Renee and I, so I'm going to hand it to her.
Great. Thank you, Alex, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. If you could go back one slide, please. Thank you. So, sir, sorry about that. So some of the events that we've held out at Main Street over the last couple of years to activate the space and show what's possible in the area. One was Holiday Magic that had over 10,000 people in the north side of Main Street and in Windsor Court. Movies in the Park, which happened most recently last summer, that had several hundred people come. It was very successful. People that attended, performed at it were very happy with the outcome. We also had the Art Walk out on Main Street that had over 1,000 people. So when we have these opportunities to activate the space, people do come visit. and participate, which has been great to see what the potential is on that street in that downtown area.
Renee just mentioned activating space, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. We want to bring people to Main Street in the historic district. So one thing that the Office of Economic Development is working on is developing a food truck park. And while we've talked to various operators, most recently we're having conversations with Street Eats 209. We've had 4 meetings with them, including a tour of various potential spaces on Main Street. At this particular time, Street Eats representatives are interested in hosting a 3-day pilot event in spring of 2026. Specifically, they're interested in utilizing the city's parking lot, which is just south of the library. And so they have, most recently, as of last week, they have made a formal request for a subsidy to cover various items that would be required, from permits to street closures and other things. We have a rough estimate of what that cost is, and it could be upwards of $28,000 for a subsidy. We're not here to give you a recommendation at this particular time, but just wanted to give you an update. With that, we go to the next slide, please. So this next slide is just giving you an update on the Storefront Improvement Grant Program. This is funded by the American Rescue Plan Act. We have 2 completed projects. One at 82 North Main Street. Again, this is just south of the library. It's benefiting 2 businesses known as the Indian Barber and Area Financial Services. There has been new paint on the facade, gate improvement, window treatments, and signage. Moving over to 408 to 414 South Main Street, that particular project includes new paint and landscaping. And so that's benefiting 2 businesses, one by the name of Footlax Day Spa, as well as Bright Smile Dental. And then currently, we are working with an applicant at 372 to 396 South Main Street. This is currently where the new Indian Market is located, as well as Halili Dental Office. The improvements are on your screen. Obviously, we're talking about facade improvements and landscaping, so that would include paint, energy efficient light bulbs, removing existing storefront light fixtures and installing new light fixtures, enhancing planter boxes and landscaping area, as well as repainting the monument sign and removing ornamental shingles. There are several other applications that we have received, we being the Office of Economic Development, and there are various locations at 8191 South Main Street. That's the Ollinger real estate property. 418 to 454 South Main Street, think about the new Indian Bazaar, and 40 East Carlo Street, that's where a daycare center is located. If those projects move forward, that would benefit 12 businesses. I'm going to ask for the next slide and hand it to Renee.
Great, thank you. So recently, the City Council adopted the Public Art Master Plan. Within that master plan, there are a few projects that were suggested that would be appropriate and are recommended for the downtown area. The first one is placemaking at key intersections. So you see the photo on the bottom left, which is on Main Street. I believe that is one of the Crackalisi buildings. So that shows intersection treatments in the street itself. It can be activated in different ways. It can be solid colors. It can be patterns. It just depends on what the motif and the message that we want to send in that area is. We also had in the plan engraved or inlaid paths, which is a photo in the middle. Those could be sidewalk treatments. They could be public sidewalks, pathways in and throughout the downtown area. The last one that's pictured is utility pole activation. So these are city-owned poles, or if there's cooperation with other agencies that own the poles, where it's using the banner systems to decorate and communicate along Main Street and the downtown area, the expanded downtown area. Those are a few. The last one is the utility box programs and ultimately murals. So the expanded utility box program, we have those throughout town right now, but that would expand that to other city-owned and PGE-owned utility boxes. And then the city's standing mural program would also be appropriate in the downtown area as well to improve the look and the feel and the experience of people that would visit downtown. Next slide, and back to Jay.
Thank you, Renee and Alex. We just wanted to share those efforts because they really do complement the long-range planning and vice versa. And now we want to go over the environmental review aspect of the project. And we also have our environmental review consultant, who is also with Ascent, joining virtually. And Claudia will go through the next couple of slides. I believe she's joined via Zoom, so if she could be a panelist.
Claudia has been promoted.
Can everyone hear me? Hi, this is Claudia Watts. Just seeing if everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I am with Ascent, and I was working on preparation of the environmental impact report. A supplemental EIR was prepared to analyze environmental impacts associated with the specific plan beyond impacts identified in the general plan update EIR. The environmental review process began with a notice of preparation, or NOP, that was issued in July of 2024, which notified the public that an SEIR was being prepared. Comments received during the NOP scoping period were incorporated into the draft SEIR, which was circulated for public review from April of 2025 to July 2025. Comment letters were received during the public review period, which were addressed in the final SEIR released in September of 2025. The SEIR concluded that all impacts were mitigated to a less than significant level, with the exception of impacts to historic resources, archaeological resources, transportation noise, and vehicle miles traveled. Impacts associated with transportation noise and VMT were concluded to be significant and unavoidable, which is consistent with the impact determinations identified in the general plan EIR. The city can adopt a statement of overriding considerations that the benefits of the proposed specific plan outweigh these impacts. And I'll hand it back to Jay.
Next slide, please.
Is that it? Thank you.
We're wrapping up. I think there are just the city recommendations. I'll go quickly. So the recommendation is to approve specific plan amendment number SP 20-0002, zoning map and text amendment number ZA 25-0002, and general plan amendment number GP 25-0002 to establish new specific plan boundaries, zoning districts, and zoning regulations, amend the general plan for consistency with the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, and certify the subsequent EIR to the Milpitas 2040 general plan EIR for the Gateway Main Street specific plan. Next slide. And just want to quickly show that this is what the general plan amendment to the map looks like. Right now, the general plan refers to the specific plan as the land use designation, but we are changing the boundaries, so the map has to change. Next slide, please. And then the zoning map, we are also using the same strategy of referring to the specific plan. So the zoning map, the zoning districts for each property are going to be in the specific plan. Just would make it easier. And next slide. This concludes our presentation, and staff is here, and the project team is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all of you that make the presentations, city staff, and for our consultant. I guess I'm going to ask the public for any comments. So, any public hearing is open for anyone. Okay, welcome.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Montano and council members. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I am here on behalf of SV at Home. We are an affordable housing policy and advocacy organization that works all across Santa Clara County. So first, we want to thank Milpitas planning staff for all the work that went into this plan. It's clear that this was a long, thoughtful process with lots of community input and careful design. The Gateway Main Street specific plan is a big step forward. It gives Milpitas a strong framework to meet its housing element goals and RENA targets. It also shows the city is serious about creating more homes near transit and along key corridors. We actually shared before that we did have some concerns around the density minimums, particularly along the Main Street and Crossroad districts. We're worried that in the current market, townhomes are often the easiest and most profitable product to build. So a lot of these sites might end up being underdeveloped. With that said, we do want to say that this is a major improvement over existing zoning and really appreciate the green building incentives and other tools that are built into the program. When paired with the state density bonus law, these can help unlock hundreds of additional homes, especially multifamily rental housing that meets the needs of low and moderate income residents. Overall, we think the plan is great. We think that the planning staff has done a wonderful job of this, and we really do encourage council to move it forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more comments?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and we'll move on to our council members. Council discussion. We have Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to commend the implementation team, headed, of course, by Jay. It's really wonderful and awesome to see the finished product of this project. And I also like to give a shout out to Renee on the public arts installation. If we can show that slide, I really like those, because looking forward for those installation in the future. And also to Director Andrade for the projects, the finished and ongoing projects that are being done on Main Street. And it's been like years in the making, and we see the fruition of it, and I can see like the vision is being translated into reality. Thank you both, and thank you, Jay. And also thank you to the consultant. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments at this moment? I'll say a few comments. So yeah, this is way overdue. Thank you. This is the moment of truth. This is when we adopt this plan, the Midtown Specific Plan. When I was on the Planning Commission, that was back in 1996, I think. So this is how long it's been going. I'm telling you, it's been going for so long. And I think that this council, I'm going to congratulate each and every one of you for really wanting to take the bull by the horns and really get something going, making this Main Street a destination place, a place where people can, shop and so forth. I mean, we all have this vision, but we all know that in order for that vision to happen, we need to have housing, because developers are not going to develop unless there's some type of profit margin. The best thing, I know we've rezoned, so one of the main things about this plan is that it does call for mixed use. That's really important. So, but I did have a question on mix on the FAR. So I think it's slide 16, if you can bring that up. So I want to find out because there have been some mixed use projects on Main Street, but the FAR, the floor area ratio, is so small. I want to ensure that we have a larger FAR, so businesses would want to come and move into do business on Main Street. Because if it's too small, they're not going to come. So can you expand more on the 15 density bonus on FAR increase, or I'm not sure. I didn't really understand that.
Yes, I can answer, and anybody on the team can add. But these numbers here are just a bonus beyond the baseline. So the FAR, I think maybe Christine can look up some of the baseline FARs. The floor area ratio is really just for commercial. So
Not retail? I mean, commercial
commercial
retail?
and retail,
Okay.
yes, all kinds of commercial. So in exchange for some of these project features, which are considered community benefits, people can get more than that baseline maximum floor area ratio. So this is just a way to get more than what's allowed by right, in a way. And then I would also say that many properties can choose to just do 100% commercial project. So our hope is that there will be a mixture of 100%.
I hope so too, yeah.
And horizontal mixed use as well, which that's how you can get more commercial space, is when you have a part of the site dedicated completely to retail, because it's two different buildings, and then a residential portion. That's often a way, and I've seen that in other cities, where you can get more commercial.
You know, in other cities, what they've done is they give incentives, whether tax breaks, and I really feel that we need to look into that. If we really want to get a jumpstart our goal, we need to give incentives. That's how you get people to want to invest, companies and investors. So I'd like to see some type of incentives, maybe some kind of tax incentive, or I'm not sure, but I know the city of San Jose has done that. The other one, page 10, can you, slide 10. That one is a map, I think. Yeah, I see. So, you know, there's an empty property near St. John's in the way back when I was on the city council in 2012, 2014. There was a plan that was going to be a paseo. So do you know what happened to that? I thought they were going to build a hotel, but I'm not sure. It was supposed to be a really nice paseo that would connect Abel Street to Main Street. We were all excited about it. So what happened to that? Do you know? And any recollection? But I think that's what we need. We need to make the connection, and I think that's the ideal place to do it. Do you know?
I do not recall that proposal in particular. It might have been a little further back.
Yeah, you weren't here at the time. but did it get shelved, or I'm not sure what happened?
I think I've seen another preliminary review application that was more recent, but that was for multifamily. But yes, I think that's what the plan is doing. As you see, like here, we identify areas where we would want a greenway. So as redevelopment occurs, those would be opportunities, such as a hotel project. I mean, a hotel project would be great. And then that's where this document gives us the policy backing to work with developers to get a paseo that connects Main Street and Abel.
Yeah, that would be ideal to make that connection, because in this plan, you're also connecting Abel Street and Sarah Way, and it would make it a really vibrant a place people can walk and shop. And then one more. Oh, the page 8, slide 18. One more, then I'll get to slide 18. So you said about a nexus study. Can you that's for the impact fees? So why can't we have the impact fees now? Because there's a lot of building going on. You have the Toll Brothers townhomes, right? They're townhomes, right? You have the car wash. You have Stratford. I mean, there was all missed opportunities to get some impact fees. So how long is this nexus study? I mean, why do you need a nexus study? Shouldn't we already just implement it? Can you explain?
That's a great question. So currently, we actually do have impact fees, but these are citywide impact fees. So if development were to occur in this area, we can still get impact fees, but it would be going to a general fund that isn't automatically going to be used for this area. The difference is with the nexus study and the impact fee that would be plan specific, it would collect fees from this area, development in here, and then go right back into this area.
To stay in that area, I see.
And then also a nexus fee is required just by state law. Like if we're going to charge any kind of an impact fee, we have to show that there's a nexus, like a relationship between that fee amount and whatever improvements and ultimately the cost of making these improvements. So we have to show by very quantitative like numbers and data down to every single project to show how much they all cost and allocate it per square foot or per unit. So we have to do this nexus study. I think the great thing about what we're doing here is that typically you do the plan first and then you start the study after the plan's complete. We've already started work on the sense of place plan and the impact fee because we got a grant. And then also, I think I recall it was the council's push to do that sooner. So we do appreciate that and agree that you could start this a little bit earlier so that we can hit the ground running because we don't want to miss out on opportunities.
Right, great, great. Okay, now it's Councilmember Chua.
Yeah, I remember that. It's the lot right next to St. John. And that's supposed to connect Able and Main Street. And we got all excited about that project because they even showed like
really nice.
images on the wall and like people can, it's like
Paseo, yeah.
Yeah, paseo. That's too
Yeah.
bad. I think they ran out of money or didn't get their funding. Hopefully we'll get one soon. Similar project. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe we can, whoever the owner is, we do some outreach and maybe give them some incentives. Is there anybody else that would like to make any comments on this project or this plan? We have Vice Mayor.
Right. So it seems that we receive several grants, right? As you said, we received 15,000 for branding strategy from the county, and it looks like we utilize some SPAR funds and some other funds for different reasons. One is painting the facade, the storefronts, doing this, doing that. The question is, with all these sources of funds for improvements, do we have a uniform plan for that is being followed as we implement these small things to improve the Midtown?
I'll try to take a stab at that and welcome any other thoughts. But I would say before the plan, it's a little bit harder to make it all unified because we're just trying to get things going, right? And it's great that all these things have been going on. I mean, I know we have the Midtown plan as well, but any future kinds of projects like this plan will serve as kind of the framework and the basis of why we take on certain types of projects. So that would be the hope, but that's why we need to partner with all our city departments and to help fulfill and realize this vision. But to answer the question specifically, I would say the ongoing efforts right now, I mean, of course, there is some thought for all these events separately and how they work together, but I wouldn't say there's we actually have a specific implementation plan right now. But the plan will have a chapter that has a implementation program.
The only not concern, the only thought I have is, let's say, about the storefront improvement, right? Some businesses are granted in the north side of Main Street and the others is in the south side. We paint yellow on the north, we paint red in the south. So what I'm saying is, at least there should be regularity. Whenever funds comes with the program for, let's say, storefront improvement, then there's a plan. It's uniform. Another thought on that is improvement, right? So we have both private owners and the city have plans on improving the Main Street. So hopefully, if there's uniformity along the Midtown, within the Midtown plan, that when it's implemented, even if it's piecemeal, that we receive funding sort of stuff like that, we know that once we receive some funds or we allotted some funds and develop portion of this area, it's uniform as what we had developed before, and not duplicate or put to invite redoing what we have done before to be just in accordance with a very specific plan. That's just the thought, because I frequent this area. Actually, I work around this area, and I hope to see uniformity from 880 all the way to the library when people goes there. Thank you. But it's I appreciate the work. It's long, painstaking, but as you said, it's a good accomplishment we have. That if we finish it now, it's about to be implemented in the next few years.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? We have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Jay, go back to the shared parking. Explain to us what exactly does that mean, and do we have a concrete plan on that?
Yeah, if we could maybe pull up the slide so I can see what language exactly we're talking about.
Could you provide us a slide number, please?
I don't remember which slide.
I could speak about shared parking agreements in general, but yeah, it would be nice to see that. I could start with that, but this is something that we allow even now.
Try page 18.
I think I saw it on, and also here? Okay.
On 4.
Mhm.
No. Page 18 was right, number 4. Yes, there, number 4.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, part of the priority is to have a parking district so you can address parking in a lot of different ways. You can have public parking if there's an opportunity. You could also have just private parking, but shared amongst various tenants. There's street parking. So the purpose is really to create a parking strategy throughout the entire district, because I think a lot of times the problem of parking is not, sometimes it appears worse than it is because the parking perhaps isn't accessible or located in the right place. Some areas you may have excess parking, and then some areas you may not have enough parking. But if you have a clear way to share that parking so that you can kind of even it out throughout the plan, because a lot of times the lack of parking is often a perception issue and kind of a distance to the access where people don't want to walk a certain amount. So having a parking district, having shared parking kind of sprinkled throughout the plan will help minimize that issue. I don't know if...
So would that be several locations? Because if it's going to be 4 blocks walk to this coffee shop instead of a restaurant.
So we do have maps in the plan that specify certain locations for public parking. And we were very strategic about this because we do want them to be spread out so that it minimizes, the amount of walking that each person would have to do. So that's one aspect of it. Also, even now, property owners can come into a shared parking agreement. So one property might have a lot of parking, another property may not have enough. They can do a shared parking agreement. But we want them to be relatively close to each other to count it as parking for another use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Anyone else? I have a couple of questions. Are you want to comment? Okay. So this is for the second team that made the presentation. This was for Mr. Andrade and Renee. So when you did your presentation, I'm going to ask questions on that one. So you mentioned about, so Alex and Renee, you mentioned about the 209, was it Food Trucks 209 or something like that?
Street Eats 209.
Yeah.
Food truck park.
So you mentioned that they're going to be coming here in spring of 2026, right?
Well, that depends. Initially, when we started having conversations with them, it appeared that it would be a partnership between the city and Street Eats 209. And staff was right up front about what is it that they needed. And initially, they needed a location. So we had a tour, and we stopped at various vacant lots, mostly privately owned, and then we stopped at the city lot, just south of the library. And, but things have evolved. I believe they now recognize that there's an expense to doing this. And so last week, we received a formal request for a subsidy, and staff has been working with various departments and divisions, and a street closure can be really expensive. A major special event permit can be $6,000. A encroachment permit could be a couple $1,000s. And so they're basically at a point where they will need about $28,000 for what would be a 3-day pilot program. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we're not here to make a formal request. We're just here obviously to just share information, because staff has had various conversations with various operators, and most recently, staff spent about 10 months working with an organization by the name of Movable Feast.
What was the name of it?
Movable Feast.
Movable
Feast.
Feast.
Yes.
Oh,
And they were proposing a very similar type of event, 3-day event that would include local vendors. They were very focused on ensuring that Milpitas vendors, and it would be participating, as well as entertainment, music, art, things of that nature. That particular estimated cost came in at $30,000. We heard from some council members that it was too expensive. So we have been working with Street Eats 209. As I mentioned earlier, initially it seemed like the price was going to be right, but what we're learning today is they will need assistance.
Whatever happened to Minnis, the one right next to Best Sandwiches? I thought you were looking into that.
So we have talked to Street Eats 209. Their primary preferred lot is the Rita Minnis lot, which is located just south of the Best Sandwiches. And the staff has had conversations with Miss Minnis, and she recognized that it would be a co-private and public event. So she has provided what would be a very generous low cost for the 3 days. But at this particular point in time, the representative from Street Eats 209 has indicated that he is preferring the city-owned lot just right next to Tequila Shots, as well as closing Windsor Street to vehicular traffic, which is located right behind of the city's lot.
Not closing Main Street, just.
Correct, not closing Main Street.
I find it kind of, anyway. So that one at the Minnis, or Rita Minnis, that one, is it still you're still negotiating with that, or?
No, we are talking about the same.
It's the same.
Representative from Street Eats 209.
Maybe I ought to try a different organization instead of Street Eats. So.
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick, I think we'll continue to look into I mean, there's been a lot of work so far on this item, as Director Andrade mentioned. I think we'll continue to flush it out internally and get an update to the City Council in the near future on where we're at, and if there's any items that we want to bring forward to you for question, we'll do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all for me. Anybody else? I'm gonna make a motion.
Before there's a motion, because one of the 4 items would be the adoption of an ordinance, procedurally, we have to do the reading of the title and then waiving reading beyond the title, if I may.
You want to read it? Thank you.
So the proposed ordinance is entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending the Milpitas Municipal Code, Title 13, Part B, Chapter B2 and B14, to establish the Gateway Main Street specific plan zoning districts and regulations, and amending the zoning map of the City of Milpitas to establish the new specific plan boundaries. So what would be needed is beyond the 4 elements of the recommendation to waive reading of the ordinance beyond the title.
Oh, sorry.
So move.
Second. Is that it? City Attorney?
And we'll call for the vote. That includes the motion
All
beyond
right, we'll go for the vote now.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you very much. Congratulations, we finally did it. Now we got a plan. All right. So the next item is, let's see,
Item 7.
item 7, community development. City attorney? I mean, city manager?
Thank you. Assistant City Manager Matt
Assistant City
Kano, thank
Manager.
you. Item 7 is with our same, on the same general topic, receive a presentation on the work completed on the Milpitas Gateway Main Street Sense of Place plan and provide comments to staff. We felt it was important to have both the Main Street items on the same evening so we can have a comprehensive discussion. And with that, I'll turn that over to Director Lee, who will also explain what's kind of different between this presentation and the last one.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Matt Kano. And yeah, this is exciting because this is really one big way of implementing the Gateway Main Street specific plan. While the plan establishes policies for the entire plan area, this project is focused on Main Street and the public improvements that could be done here, which will complement all that additional redevelopment that we hope along Main Street and beyond. And this is how, I believe this is how we achieve much of the vision for transforming Main Street into a vibrant, active community gathering space. And for this project, the difference is that rather than adoption, we are just here for a study session because we really want to make sure that whatever direction we go with really the public improvements, the streetscape elements, the street, what direction we go with that would really be in line with what the council envisions and along with the community. So for this project, we have our principal planner, Lillian Van Hoa, to introduce the project and also the consultants. So I will pass it off to Lillian, who has also joined via Zoom.
She's coming online as a panelist now.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Lillian Van Hoa, Principal Planner with the City of Milpitas Planning Department. So I'm excited to bring forth a study session regarding our Main Street Sense of Place plan, which, as Director Lee mentioned, is an overall streetscape plan that will implement the vision of the Milpitas Gateway Main Street Specific Plan. So while the Milpitas Gateway Main Street Specific Plan establishes the broader land use and development framework for the area, the Sense of Place plan will detail the physical improvements needed to transform Main Street into a vibrant pedestrian-friendly corridor. And I'm excited to introduce you all to our consultant for this project. The city hired Tool Design Group to do this project, and we have Anjali Palta from Tool here, and she will give a brief project introduction and go over all the work that we have done so far this year.
And actually, sorry to interrupt, but quickly, I do want to mention that we did go to the ad hoc Main Street Revitalization Subcommittee with a very similar presentation, but we want to just bring this to the entire council.
No, bring it to the entire council. You're doing it right now, so go ahead on. So I'm not sure what you're asking. What are you asking?
Jay, someone needs to keep going on the presentation.
Yes, so I believe, is it Anjali, Lillian?
Yeah, can she be made a panelist, please?
My apologies. I should have given an advance notice about all the presenters.
She was just promoted. She should be joining us in a moment.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I will just get right into it. Thank you, Lillian and Jay, for that introduction. Tool is who I am a part of, the consultant team I work for. We're a multidisciplinary firm specializing in transportation planning and engineering with a particular focus on active transportation. And as Jay said, I believe the mayor and vice mayor may recognize parts of this presentation from earlier discussion. So some of this may be more of a refresh for you. So today I'll be giving an overview of what this project is, goals, process, and outcomes. We'll be sharing high-level findings from our existing conditions analysis and initial outreach efforts, and then walk through some preliminary design ideas. Next slide. So we are looking at Main Street, of course, but the extents of our project are from Weller Lane to the Great Mall Parkway, with a real focus on the area between Calaveras Boulevard and Curtis Avenue, really the area with most planned development and the core focus of the Gateway-specific plan as well. Next slide, please. The goals of the project are to elevate Main Street as the heart of Milpitas and really kind of create a there for the city. And do this by developing a clear sense of identity and sense of place on Main Street, really building on past planning efforts, most importantly that of the Gateway Main Street specific plan. We have a core foundation to work on. And lastly, we really are aiming to elevate local businesses and boost economic activity through a kind of reimagining and revitalization of the corridor itself. Next slide. So at the end of the day, we'll be delivering a detailed design concept as well as cost opinions for Main Street, a selection of furnishings and landscape recommendations, also known as a streetscape palette, a wayfinding and signage program, and a basic infrastructure plan. Next slide, please. Our partners on this project, BAE, who also worked on the specific plan, will be developing an impact fee for the specific plan area. So the process begins with an assumed development scenario, followed by projected total infrastructure cost, establishing a nexus that was discussed earlier in this meeting between the project and public costs. And then costs are then allocated by development type. So actions will also be defined for compliance tracking and financing metrics as well. Next slide, please. We kicked this project off in December 2024 with an existing conditions analysis. We are now in the alternatives and preliminary design phase, aiming for final designs, costs, and an impact fee package by next spring and adoption in summer 2026. Next slide, please. A few key findings from our existing conditions work. Next slide, please. Firstly, and probably most importantly, there is a great opportunity to make Main Street the heart of Milpitas, building on the kind of clear framework in the specific plan that really defines this as the core. Traffic volumes are relatively low on Main Street compared to Able Street, which will really remain the kind of vehicular corridor of this area. And that really frees us up to reimagine Main Street as a pedestrian-focused place, shifting from a car-oriented space to really a people-oriented corridor that has a design that supports that vision. Wide right-of-ways give us room for things like wider sidewalks, landscaping, and amenities. And with assets like the library, views to the Diablo Range, some core cultural institutions, we have a really strong foundation to start beginning to build a distinct sense of identity and character for the street and the larger area. Next slide. So with all this, Main Street really has the potential to become the central organizing element that can tie together this larger gateway-specific plan area, as well as the city's civic, cultural, and commercial life. Next slide. So as part of the existing conditions analysis, we conducted an online survey for about a month. Next slide, please. We received 77 responses. We advertised the survey through lawn signs, sidewalk decals, flyers, and other kind of city outreach avenues, including the website, Facebook, city email listservs. Next slide, please. The survey results, just at a high level, really showed a strong appreciation for local and small businesses along Main Street, especially restaurants that reflect Milpitas's rich cultural diversity, with many respondents specifically noting Indian and East Asian representation. The library also emerged as a key value and community asset, appreciated for its smaller scale, walkable surroundings. Another key finding here is that when asked about the current state of Main Street, about 60% described it as outdated, while 33% felt it was functional but in need of improvement, such as upgraded sidewalks, street furniture, and landscaping. So really kind of a real desire for upgrades and improvement to the street itself. Looking ahead, most respondents would like the character or sort of look and feel of Main Street to be relaxed and nature-focused or playful and family-friendly. These were options that were given in the survey, and they came up and were outvoted over options like traditional and historic and artsy and eclectic. The highest priorities for future amenities were greenery and trees, wider sidewalks, and improved lighting. Things like bike facilities and street parking ranked as lower priorities. Next slide, please. And you can go to the next one, please. So preliminary designs. We've started designing options for streetscape configuration as well as palettes, and I'm going to just talk to you about design options now. We're working with two. The first is called Expanded Edge that you see on the left side of the screen. This really prioritizes wide walking and amenity zones on both sides of the street, kind of a more traditional Main Street feel that, again, prioritizes that edge for things like retail spill out, seating, social activities, with edge parking for easier access. Central Flex introduces a multifunctional center zone for parking, trees, planting, or small gathering places. So this is kind of your hyper flexible, adaptable streetscape that can host things like pop-ups, food trucks, festivals. Also allows for some traffic calming by narrowing sightlines. So I'll just note here that this project is an amendment to the Gateway Main Street specific plan. So while these options further the main vision and goals for Main Street identified in the specific plan, there might be some minor changes from what is currently in the specific plan. So we, again, are kind of refining the ideas that were brought forward in the specific plan as part of this related study. Next slide, please. And these are just sort of example images of places where you see both of these options being applied. On the left, Expanded Edge, really about activating the building frontages, edges of the street, and Center Flex, that really kind of hyper adaptable, kind of centralized zone for the street. Next slide, please. So along with these street layout concepts, we're also developing two distinct furnishing and landscape palettes, both grounded in the survey findings, where respondents expressed interest in identities that are relaxed and nature-focused or playful and family-friendly. So these are, I just want to state, in draft form and are subject to change. We're currently refining them to align a little bit better with the city's brand. So the first palette you see up here today is relaxed and nature-focused. The inspiration for this palette is really the Diablo range, which is just so visually striking on Main Street. This palette would use raw, untreated materials. It would incorporate more organic shapes and more of the kind of muted colors and warm neutrals. Next slide. The second palette is playful and family friendly. This is inspired by Chinese, Vietnamese, Indian, and Filipino cultural motifs that celebrate the cultural diversity of the community. I think this is particularly fitting for this evening, talking about the festivals of Diwali and Holi. It would really be drawing from South and East Asian geometric art, like mandalas, incorporating symbolic, bold, vibrant colors and patterns. Next slide. And lastly, we're going to be exploring options for Crossroads Square, which has also been mentioned this evening. It's really a key open space area that was identified in the specific plan at the intersection of Sarah Way and Main. So a really kind of important gateway and arrival space that we will be exploring some design ideas for. Next slide, please. And then next step. So we are still refining our streetscape options, palettes, and Crossroad Plaza design ideas. December, we're taking all of our ideas to the public again through a second online survey. And we will also be there in person for the tree lighting ceremony with all of our ideas on physical boards for people to look at, ask the design team questions about, and give us feedback on. And that is our last slide before open discussion.
Thank you very, very much for all your presentation. I guess the next steps is to decide what, just to give our input. Is that what you want us to do, or?
Yes, we have a list of questions which will hopefully guide the discussion. So for the study session, yes, we were trying to be specific with what kind of input so that we can move in the right direction. And I think the next slide has the list of these questions.
Okay, great.
And I just want to add, this is an important time to get any feedback that council has so that we can incorporate that into our work as we develop the final plan.
Okay, great. So I guess I can start. Streetscape designs. What is your preference between the two streetscape designs? Now, do I remember that?
I think I do. I
So
think I
many
remember your
slides.
preference too, Mayor, but please,
Let me see.
please share again.
Can you show it again?
I think it was
I don't think I'm the only one, too.
options 1 and 2. I think it's regarding the cross section.
Right. Yeah, the first was.
Show it.
Do we have a slide number?
15.
Thank you.
I think it was slide 15. Okay, so option 1, option 2. I prefer option 2. I mean, that is really nice arch. It's probably more expensive than option 2, but you know, if you're going to put something that's going to last there forever or for a very long time, you might as well put something good in there, something that's really nice. So for me, for my vote, option 1. Next. So,
I do want to just provide a little bit of context too. The arch could actually be supported by either option, so it could go in option 2 as well. It would just likely have to be widened a bit to accommodate the sidewalks being a little bit further out towards the edges.
Oh, so yeah, for me it was the arch plus I don't think there's room for parking, parallel parking as like option 2, so I still prefer option 1. Okay, want to go down the line?
Option 1 seems to be my choice.
Mayor? I really like option 2, but I'll go with option 1.
Anyone else? The next question we had was asking about the proposed
One moment,
palette.
please. The council's
yeah.
still deliberating.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1 for me too.
What, 2? Just
I look at the two options and I find number 2 is kind of hazardous. If someone park in the middle and then they cross jaywalk across this, so I would go for option 1. It's just a potential issues or safety issues.
Yeah. Okay, next question.
So I'll, since I'm sitting here, it's easier to see where you're at, so I'll facilitate and then have our consultant and Jay please weigh in for the details. So the next question is on the palettes and inspiration. Which of the proposed palette options and sources of inspiration do you find most? We can go to slide. If we go to slide 17 and 18. So 17 first for a moment and then 18.
You turn yours on.
Go back to option 1 again.
Can
we go to the next slide now?
Landscape, landscape palettes. For the bench, I don't like any of those benches. Besides, anyways, don't you have to have a little barrier in the middle so the unhoused don't sleep on it? That's another. Yeah, that's what VTA does. They put a little thing so they don't. So on the inspirational imagery, I guess the first one that has the Asian oh wait, that disappeared.
That was option. So it's either
Oh,
option
option
1 or
2.
option
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, option. Can you do option 1 again? Option. I like option 1. It's more natural for me. Except, but like the bench should have something in the middle, though. That's the only thing. Okay, next.
All right, this is supposed to be for Main Street, the Milpitas Gateway Main Street. So I think some colors would add up to its vibrance. So I go for option 2.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to change my mind. I think you're right. It needs more color. I'm going to go for option 1. Option 2, I mean. Option 2. Option 2. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go with, because it's so vibrant, the colors, and it's playful plus family friendly, I'll go with option 2.
Okay, next one.
Option 2.
Actually, I don't like either one. It's
We got to pick one or the other.
There's no originality.
Which one?
There's no originality on.
Yeah, but
It's
no, it's just
this
one's plain, one's kind of plain, when the other one's
Yeah.
more vibrant. So pick one of those.
Yeah, if I have to pick one of those, probably the option 2 is a.
Okay. All right.
It's,
So it
it's
looks like the twos.
which one is the worst?
But we could tweak it because like the benches. I didn't really like the benches.
Yeah. So probably option 2 is a tiny bit better.
Yeah.
But
And I think with to echo what the mayor is saying, these are just kind of themes. So I wouldn't look at it as
Oh,
like
I see.
this is
Okay.
what it's going to
Yeah.
be. It's more like what kind of theme or design appeals to you more. So like we're not necessarily going to go with the yellow and the hot pink.
I see.
It doesn't. I mean, maybe I'm speaking for the group, but it doesn't necessarily have to be like Southeast Asian, right? We can celebrate, any kind of culture that's there. So
Yeah.
I think just kind of going with whichever theme resonates more.
Yeah, I think that the colorful is what we're looking for. Something vibrant. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could go to the last slide again, and we just had an open-ended discussion. Yeah, an open-ended question. From your perspective, what do we need to understand about Main Street, its history, role in the community, or unique qualities that would help guide this project towards success? And any other feedback you may have for staff based on the presentation this evening.
So anybody can speak anytime. Who wants to go first? We have Councilmember Lin.
Thank you, Mayor. We've always wanted Main Street to be a vibrant, family-oriented, and a place where family can get out, spend time, able to walk around. And this is where we can learn different cultures in our city and embrace them. So I think showing our history is another thing that we should include. And I think that's it for me then.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who else has any more comments? We have Councilmember Chua.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor. I did what Councilmember Lynn said, and also I would like to add that it should be, like the mayor always say, it has to be a destination place, a place to go where, and also attract businesses, patronage. Whatever businesses we put in there, it should be attractive to the entire Milpitas community, so it will be used, and the businesses will thrive while the families are enjoying whatever amenities are out there. Those are my comments.
Okay, Councilmember Lamb, or do you have any comments?
If you don't have anything, you don't have to say
I'm just want to echo what Councilmember Lin and Councilmember Chua was saying. I agree, both of them. In addition, I like to add is we couldn't do much without the developer coming into Milpitas and expand or business people come in to open their stores. So it's we are discussing something, but if the business doesn't come in, it doesn't happen. Yeah, we can discuss all we want. It doesn't really come true if the business doesn't come to Main Street to open their business. Yeah, and right now, yeah, I believe the historic significance on Main Street, we should preserve some of the old look. At the same time, we introduce some maybe up-to-date vision of ours. Yeah.
Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? Okay, I have a couple of comments. So, so what I would like to see on Main Street, we need some lighting because it's a historical part of our historical lighting because it's part of our history, and so we need some. I don't know those. I think you know what I'm talking about. Those old-fashioned lamps. I think we have some on Able Street, but some nice lighting poles. We need murals for sure. The murals to depict our diversity and our historical past. We need more flowers. I know there's some trees that are missing, and we need to replace those. Put some trees there, and we need planter boxes in front of the businesses to spruce up the area. We need trash bins because sometimes they're walking, there's no trash bins, and they just wind up throwing their trash on the ground, and it doesn't help to beautify the area. We also need some sidewalk enhancements. I've seen when we just came from Long Beach at a conference, and one of their old towns has a sidewalk. They have like mosaic tiles, and it looks really cool. So we need to enhance our sidewalks. And we need an ice cream shop and coffee shops. Ice cream for the kids that go to the library, because we need to cater to them, and a coffee shop for the adults. And I'm hoping that we can get that park open soon. So I think that's going to make a huge difference. It's going to make a big difference. So that's what I'd like to see. And just to spruce it up, clean it up, have, the trees have some lighting, the white lighting, string lights, they call them, just to spruce it up. It'll make a huge difference. So, and again, incentives for businesses to come in. That's what we need. All right, that's it for me. Thank you. We have one more from Councilmember Chua.
To add to your long list, I would like to add, I like to see colorful, meaningful, visible, readable banners.
Oh, yeah. Those banners you were talking about. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah. All right. Is there anything else? Last call.
Actually, thank you for your comment, Mayor and Evelyn Chua. I just thought something.
Okay.
Perhaps, Milpitas is a very diverse town. I'm thinking maybe a couple of blocks for dedicated for Indian shops, couple of blocks for Chinese shops, couple of blocks for Vietnamese shops. So it's kind of like varieties of shops. It shows our diversities.
Yeah, we can just bring them in, give them incentives, maybe a tax break for 6 months or something. Yeah. That reminds me now, when you said about India, so we have a lot of Indian shops on the southern part where your office is at, Vice Mayor, and I've been wanting to have, like, how we have Little Vietnam, Italian, what is it called? Vietnam town, Portuguese town, Little Italy. We should have like Little India, a little sign that just has Little India. I mean, because there's a lot of Indian stores and restaurants there. So anyway. All right. Anyway, that's just a thought. Okay, is that it? Okay, we're moving on to item, wait, I need public comment.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, when we already had council discussion, so this is just for information only.
Correct.
There's no action on it. Okay.
Correct, thank you. We've taken the feedback.
Thank you. And so now item 8, leadership and support services.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 8 is our last item of the evening, is adopt a resolution approving the City of Milpitas investment policy for fiscal year 25-26. And Finance Director Luz Carfresi Howe is here for a presentation on this topic. Microphone.
So thank you.
I will be respectful of everybody's time. I don't have options for you. This is it, pretty much. No colors. So this is the annual review. My name is Luz Carfresi. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Milpitas. We will move briskly through this. Of course, I always entertain questions, but think about this presentation really as a summary of what we talk about on an annual basis. So why are we here today? This is an annual legal requirement. We do it every year. You adopt it every year. We do it to a public hearing. We do it to basically ensure that our policy, when updated, is consistent with our investment objectives. We update it for any current law or financial trends. We incorporate best practices, and then we maintain compliance with the respectful laws. Next slide, please. Okay, what is an investment policy? This is very fundamental. This is a guideline for managing the city's unexpected funds. Right now, we have about 450 million in unexpected funds today, actually as of June 30th. Doesn't mean they won't be expended soon. This is what we're waiting, this is what's waiting around to be invested. And so this is the investment policy. It gives us a framework for investment decisions. It is also a risk management tool and a compliance document. So this applies to all the city financial assets, including the general fund, special revenue, any trust and agency funds. There are two key exclusions to this policy. It's a deferred compensation plan that is our employees' plan that is managed by Mission Square and is completely and totally separate from us. And then there's a Section 115 pension trust that has currently about $40 million that was that was approved in May 2021 by council, and that's effectively a set-aside dedicated fund to support future pension benefits. Next slide, please. What are the three pillars of investment policy? This is completely and totally very important. This is how we look at our investments overall. Safety, first and foremost. We have to preserve capital. That is our foremost objective. We don't do gambling. We don't do anything that's very risky. We don't do derivatives. We preserve capital. We mitigate credit risk. It is high quality, liquid, which means that we can get to it quickly, and it is marketable. Liquidity is our second priority. We have to meet our operating requirements on an ongoing basis. Securities mature when cash is needed. So if I need it 3 months from now for a payroll that's 3 months from now, I will invest in a treasury bill that's 3 months old. Okay, it's also, we also have to maintain a minimum of 6 months operating expenditures and short-term investments. And last is return. So that is our last priority. Folks are always interested in why is that last? It's because this is municipal money. This is taxpayer money. So we have to preserve it. We have to make it liquid so we can use it for our particular purposes as directed by the council and to serve our community. And return is, we want a market rate of return over economic cycles. It is a fair return relative to risk assumed, and we monitor that performance quarterly. Your last quarterly report, investment report, is distributed August 14th, and that represented June 30th, 2025, the position of the city at that time. Next slide, please. Scope clarification. These are the significant changes. This and the next slide. We wanted to add an explicit exclusion of the Section 115 pension trust. That has a separate investment policy that was established back in May 2021 that is under committee direction, and that committee was formed by council action in May 2021. That committee consists of your city manager, your assistant city manager, and your treasurer, which is me, your finance director. We also wanted to enhance our ethics and conflict of interest language, so we made some specific references to the California Political Reform Act. We added Government Code Section 1090 requirements. We also strengthened disclosure requirements for all city investment officials, and that's me and whoever manages our funds. Performance evaluation updates. We strengthened our language prioritizing safety and liquidity over return. And we also removed specific benchmark examples. Those are captured in the quarterly reports. Effectively, we're comparing our return to others on the market. For example, both our portfolios are compared to the Bank of America 3-month bonds. So next, please. Next slide, please. Internal control enhancements. We emphasize the need for written delegation of authority. We do not have currently procedures for investment advisor monitoring. We caught this last year. We're going to add this, and we're going to develop them over the year, and we'll bring them to council for consideration as an attachment to next year's adoption of this same document. Municipal securities investment process. We did add a review requirement for the city when it is in the position or may be in the position of buying its own bonds. We wanted to make sure that when we do that purchase of our own bonds, we don't create a legal issue with those bonds. So there may be contractual terms and conditions in our bond indentures that if we buy those bonds ourselves, that may create some legal risk for us. So we will do, if we ever find ourselves in that position where we're buying our own bonds, in other words, the City of Milpitas is buying City of Milpitas bonds, we will consult with the city attorney's office. And then we also wanted to clarify our risk management risk, a little bit of risk that we had that was not clear as we wanted. We clarified the 5% issuer limit applies to the aggregate of bankers' acceptances, commercial paper, negotiable CDs, and corporate notes. Next slide, please. We expanded the glossary. This is something I wanted to do last year. I just didn't get to it because I got here in May, but we did a pretty good job of really doing a good explanation of all the terms and obscure or arcane stuff that's all in there so folks would understand. It's really important. This is an important document because it does guide how we invest. And it's important that people understand not just the document and the terms that we use within that document. So next slide, please. And we also talk about the prohibited investments. We do not invest in common stocks. We don't invest in reverse repurchase agreements, floaters, derivatives. We do not invest in derivatives. Municipalities have invested in derivatives. I can point you to many, many, many articles, especially around Orange County, where municipalities have invested in derivatives that have not gone well, is the best way to say it. And we don't do foreign currency either. We also have on the next slide, prohibited activities or practices. We don't speculate. This is, once again, taxpayer money. We do not speculate. We don't do any form of borrowing or leverage, and we settle our any purchases within 45 days. We don't purchase and sell on margin. We're very, very, very conservative. Next slide, please. Fossil fuel divestment. This happened before I came, but essentially the city had made an environmental commitment to protect its residents from climate change threat. This essentially the way that we define fossil fuel companies is these are organizations or agencies that are the top 200 publicly traded companies with the largest coal, oil, and gas reserves. Think about Chevron. And then those we already divested all our holdings in fossil fuel companies. We do not do that. That was done at maturity before my time. We do not make new investments in such companies. And we make sure that our investment advisors who manage both our general portfolio, our larger portfolio, and our Section 115 trust do not invest in such companies. So our investment policies are given to them to implement, and they follow that guidance. Next slide, please. The risk management framework, I did want to talk a little bit about this, how we manage risk in this portfolio. We are diverse. We are diverse both by the security type and issuer. We have a 5% maximum per issuer for most security types. We only do investment grade ratings. Once again, we don't do speculation. We don't buy junk bonds. We don't buy derivatives. And we do continuous monitoring of credit ratings. Market risk mitigation, we have a 5-year maximum maturity with very specific exceptions. Our portfolio duration is matched to the benchmark. Once again, our benchmark is that Bank of America investment portfolio. And then our portfolio duration, and then we have a minimum 6 months of operating expenditures in the short term. Short term is something that's very liquid. We can go out and get it from the bank today or tomorrow, within 24 hours. And then we also buy securities that have active secondary markets. And what that means is if we have to liquidate a particular security, we can go to a secondary market and sell it to somebody else. And so once again, we also have reporting and transparency. We have quarterly reports. Those are distributed about 45 days after quarter end. We do have this, which is the annual policy review and approval. And then we have continuously monitoring by the city treasurer, which is me. I get trade tickets on a daily basis. So I do understand and know what trades are being done. Next slide, please. Standards of care, we follow all the standards of care that we should per government, and just by being prudent. We have the prudent investment standard that's regulated at the state level. We act with care. Skill, prudence, and diligence. We do consider economic conditions and city needs. We safeguard principle and maintain liquidity, and we have protection from liability when following the policy. Okay, our ethics requirements. I personally do not invest in any single stocks and have not for the many years that I've been in public service. Sometimes that's done well for me, sometimes not so good. But I have friends who have done very well in Amazon many, many moons ago. Immediate disclosure of financial interests. I file the Form 700 in detail every year. I also comply with the Political Reform Act, and you all do too, because you fill out that form. And then I follow the Government Code, Section 1090, and I adhere to the City Code of Ethics. You have provided me with a delegation of authority through the Muni Code. I can delegate that through the Finance Administrative Staff. I have not. But we do engage external investment advisors. Our general portfolio, our larger portfolio is managed by Chandler Investments, and our smaller portfolio is managed, which is a Section 115 trust, which currently has about $40 million in it, is managed by PFM Assets. As a point of information, both of those contracts will expire next spring, and we are doing an RFP, a request for proposals. My former boss, Julia Cooper, has very kindly agreed to manage that request for proposal for me. Her experience is over 30 years in managing portfolios averaging a size of $4 billion. I think she'll be okay managing that RFP process for the city. Next, please. Safekeeping and security, we have a third-party custody. It's all, it's all electronic, let's be honest. Internal controls, we have a very clear separation of authority, who can do what, who can confirm what. We have wire transfer agreements, and we do quarterly verification by non-investment staff. We also have master agreements. The repurchasing agreement contracts are required. We have wire transfer agreements with banks. We have custody agreements with the safekeeping agent. So everything is very nicely segregated, and internal controls is very firmly applied. Next slide, please. Performance and reporting, we've already talked about the quarterly investment reports. Our last quarterly investment report for the larger portfolio had about a 3.86% return for the quarter. And the last quarter for the Section 115 trust did really well. They have really recovered. I started here in May of 2024. Their return was about 63 basis points, which is less than 1% from the inception from May 2021 to now. Now from inception to now, it's about, I think it's about at 4. Around 3 or 4, no, it's around 3. And that's really particularly good because back in May 2021, the commitment was for that separate Section 115 money that is set aside for the pension was supposed to have a return of anywhere from 3 to 6%. So it's finally getting there. I'm glad to know. We will probably be bringing to you within the next 6 months or so some more information on how we want to do some application of those funds, take out those funds and apply them to as an advance payment against our pension debts, our pension liabilities, in order to protect the city in future years. So Julia and I are going through a fairly extensive look with our actuaries and seeing where, if we took some money out, we could definitely essentially reduce the amount of money on an ongoing basis in about 10 years. But we have to do that examination very closely. Again, we've talked about this. The reports are due within 45 days of quarter end, and the city manager may require, at their discretion, may require monthly reporting based on market conditions. Your next slide, please. Broker and dealer relationships, although we do not have broker-dealer relationships because we have investment advisors, we don't do trading every day. Anything that we approve and talk about in this investment policy waterfalls to our respective investment advisors. They have to follow all these rules regarding qualification and annual policy distribution and competitive bidding. So they are required to do this. They report on a quarterly basis whether they're compliant with our investment policy. These is part of the conditions of our investment policy. So every quarter they report, are you compliant or not? They say yay or nay, and they have so far. Next slide, please. Collaboration and expertise. You have, of course, your city partners, Chandler. They also provided some input to the policy review. They ensured compliance with California Government Code. We have professional management, that is me. I've been doing this sort of management probably for around 20 years. The finance administrative staff has some experience, and then our external investment advisors are, of course, very experienced in doing this work. And then we have continuous improvement initiatives. We do our annual policy review. We have the quarterly performance monitoring. We have ongoing education and training. Our folks come in every quarter to do a presentation for us. And then we have market and regulatory updates once again every quarter. Next slide, please. There is no fiscal impact today from our investment policy changes. The recommended changes provide clarity and consistency. They enhance disclosure and transparency. They strengthen risk management. That's very important. They update us to the latest rules and best practices. We have not changed our investment strategy or authorized investments. We did that last year, and we do not require any additional resources. An implementation would be effective on council approval this evening. No additional costs. The existing staff and advisory resources are sufficient. And just as a reminder, we are going out for a request for proposal to issue new contracts for our Section 115 and our general portfolio in the spring of 2026. Next slide, please. Key takeaways from this presentation, your policy priorities. If you walk away from nothing else from this presentation, please remember, in order, it's about safety, it's about liquidity, it's about return, and in that order. Those major updates that we talked about today, we enhanced the ethics and conflict disclosure. We clarified that Section 115 trust is not included in this investment policy, that has a separate and distinct investment policy that was voted on in May 2021. By this council, by the council sitting at that time. We did strengthen the internal control language. We expanded the glossary for transparency, and then we added a municipal securities review process. And then compliance, this meets all the California government code requirements. As always, anything we present incorporates the industry best practices, and the annual review that we're doing as of today ensures the relevance of our investment policy in the wider world of municipal investments. Next slide, please. And the next steps are timeline. Of course, staff is asking for you to adopt today the resolution approving the investment policy for FY 25-26. Following the approval, the actions we will take, we will update the investment policy. It becomes effective immediately. We will distribute it to our investment advisors and counselors, who will further distribute to all approved brokers and dealers. Our staff and advisors will implement any procedural updates which are not nominal in nature, and then we will continue our quarterly reporting to council, which comes to you once again 45 days after every quarter end. Our future actions are to continue to keep you involved in providing you the quarterly investment reports. Our next annual investment policy review will be a year from now. We will, of course, be continuing our ongoing monitoring and compliance of our investment portfolio, and we will update as needed for regulatory changes. And with that, I believe is my final slide. I think I did it in a few minutes, because I know it's late.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on this item?
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Yeah, I don't see anybody from the public, so we'll close the public hearing. And moving back to City Council for discussion. I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a question, actually. So how, so when we invest or in certain companies, what is our return on investment, and those investments that we make, where does that money go? Does it go into the general fund, or do we have like a pot where it goes? The interest that's earned?
Mm-hmm. It's allocated, if it comes from a particular fund, whatever is earned goes back to the source. So if it comes from the general fund, the interest earnings come back. We don't realize it until we actually sell it. So we can gain interest on this or gain benefit from it, but we don't realize until it's actually sold. But it goes back to whatever source provided it. So if it's the general fund, it goes to the general fund. If it's a sewer fund, it goes to the sewer fund. And that interest is allocated on a quarterly basis when we get those reports.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you. Any more questions? Well, Councilmember Lamb?
Yes. Is there a staff, a part-time or full-time staff handling the investment?
No, our investment advisors are managed, let me be clear. I'm the city treasurer. I sit as a city treasurer. That's given to me. I'm designated that through the municipal code. So my responsibility is to oversee that portfolio. That is assigned out through contractual agreements with two, investment advisors. We have one for our larger portfolio, which is anywhere around 400 to 500 million, and that's done by Chandler Investments. The other one is done by PFM. That's our Section 115 that's specific for our pension. I am not a day trader. I don't do day trading. I couldn't do day trading and do my job, to be honest with you, because I would be in conflict. But that is consulted out to people who have very large research firms behind them and experienced traders behind them doing the deep analysis that has to be done for this kind of investments. So this is not a skill that I would bring in-house.
Okay. The follow-up question is, when we go to those two investment firms for the investment, are we paying any fees for them?
Yes, we pay. It's a general percentage. It's about, I think PFM is about 8 times 4, 50,000 a year. They're about 50,000 a year or so. But if you think about the 50,000 a year for PFM, and specifically, we just earned 2.2 million in the last 3 months. So I'm good.
Okay.
But they do both work on a little bit of percentages, but they're nominal, and they're in line with everything else. With everybody else, I should say.
Do you just mention the larger portfolio is about 400 million?
Yeah, hang on a second. Let me look to make sure.
Oh.
Okay. Cash and investments for the larger portfolio as of June 30th was par value, well, I'm going to give you market value, 420 million. That includes accrued interest, not earned, interest that we expect to earn.
Okay. And then you mentioned about, did I hear about 5%? Annual.
I gave you a number that was around 50,000 a year.
50,000?
50,000 a year.
Oh, no, I mean the return on investment.
The return on investment for the yield to maturity, 3.84 for that larger portfolio as of June 30th. That changes every quarter, obviously. It actually changes on a daily basis, but we look at it at a snapshot every quarter.
So that's about 16 million a year.
If we're consistently earning it, yes, and if we're not spending it down. Remember, we use this money.
Okay.
But this money has grown over the last few years.
Wait, I'm confused because if 3.84 of 400 million is about 16 million, and then you mentioned they just make about 2 million.
I was talking about the Section 115.
Oh,
that one came in at 10%, 9 point something for the quarter.
Okay.
That was the one that was roughly at around 38, and now it's around 40 as of June 30th, 2022. So those are two completely different portfolios with two different investment policies. The one that you're looking at today is one for the general one, which is the $420 million that we were just talking about. That's our general portfolio that holds most of all our funds. The Section 115 portfolio is specific for pension expenses. It's a very specific type of investment.
But isn't that 3.84%? And then we pay 50,000 a year. I would expect a little bit higher return from them, like at least 5%. or more?
It is completely and totally dependent on the market, and I'm going to remind you that return is number 3 on our priority. So we do not tend to invest in high-risk
Oh,
items.
no, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that, but they are professionals.
They are
And-
professionals, and we meet our benchmarks. Our benchmarks are standard.
Okay. Actually, each percentage made a lot of difference because of the amount is so huge. 400
It is
million.
used, but it also fluctuates, because remember, we're using this to take money in and out, because this also represents our cash portfolio as well. So that 420 million includes our cash.
I'd like to make a recommendation, so, because, it's getting late. How about if you both meet in the?
Of course.
That
thank
would be
you.
great. That
At
way
your-
you can
at
get all your answers.
At your pleasure.
Actually, I would recommend for us to talk to the investment company to ask for higher interest. It's like, because our balance is pretty high, 400 million, and then the return on investment is only 3.8%.
So why don't you make that recommendation when you both meet, and then we'll go from there, because it's getting late.
Yeah, I would recommend we have a serious talk with our investment company and ask for higher interest.
So, yeah, but when you meet with her.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we have Councilmember Chua.
Real quick for me. Thank you. Luz, can we just go back like 4 slides from the beginning? I just want to
Of
look at
course.
something. I'm looking at the attachment, but I can't find the one that I'm looking for. So
Slide number 4.
maybe, yeah.
Yes,
3
if
or
whoever's
4.
managing the slides could bring up slide number 4, please.
Sorry. Oh, this one you mean? 3 or 4. It's at the very beginning. It
And
just
and
caught-
this is the 3 pillars of investment policy.
No, the next one.
Significant changes. That's slide 5.
115. Our current investment. Next one, please. Hold on.
Perhaps if you tell me the question, I can point you to the proper slide.
I can't find it, but I saw it. Is the attachment that was sent to us different from yours?
No.
No?
This is the same.
Yeah, is this the same as Luz's thing?
Are you looking at slide 3, where we talk about section 115?
I think it's
pension
slide 5. If we go to slide 5,
5.
please. And the slide 6 also has the same title.
What about 7? I just want to see. Oh, it's not there. Okay, I'll just ask you offline.
Of course.
Thank you.
At your
Thank you,
service,
Mayor.
as always.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Okay. So this was just for this council discussion, and we need to make a motion in a second. Okay, so Vice Mayor has made a motion, and is there a second?
Sorry, we need the motion on the microphone.
Okay. Yeah, I move to adopt a resolution approving the City of Milpitas investment policy for fiscal year 2025-2026.
There's a second? And it was seconded. Hold on, let me find you. I think you need to turn it on, Councilmember Lin.
Sorry.
Second.
And it was seconded by Councilmember Lin. So let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lim,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, so now, next we'll move on to announcements and future agenda items. Assistant City Manager, do you have any comments?
I just want to briefly say that Dia de Muertos 5K and Wellness Fair is this Saturday, November 1st from 9 to 12 at Gill Park. And there's a race as well if you want to participate.
Oh, it's at Gill Park this time?
It's at Gill Park this year, yes. And the Milpitas Community Theater's program of James and the Giant Peach, tickets are on sale right now for the production that starts in November 6th through November 9th. And we can send you a link for that if you'd like to buy any tickets and attend.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Anything from council members? We have Councilmember Lamb.
Yes. I was informed by the staff earlier that the priority meeting will be on the next council meeting.
The what?
And I'm not sure we have enough time to discuss. I'm aware of there will be closed sessions next week. At the same time, the time start at 5. I'm not sure. With the last meeting, I realized some of the council members were saying they need clarification on some of the items. So it might be a little bit more time than we need more time than just 1 hour. So perhaps either we move the meeting earlier or set another date for just that item.
When we had our briefing, well, today I had my briefing, so there were some items that were clarified. So I'm just making the suggestion to, when you have your briefing, have you had your briefing yet for the next?
No, not yet.
We'll see that it all depends on the will of the council, if they want to start earlier, or if you just have those items that they need clarification on to be briefed on. Anybody have any comments? I would suggest that, because everybody's time is valuable.
Yeah.
And I would just suggest that when we do our briefings and just to get the clarification there. But it's not up to me, it's up to you. It's up to all the council. Any suggestions?
Yeah, I would suggest to move up 1 hour, then we give us time discuss just in case we have more questions to clarify the items.
Okay, so the suggestion is to move 1 hour.
That would be a 4 p.m. start time, Mayor.
Do a consensus, I guess.
Yes, could I ask for a clarification or just provide a little bit more feedback? So as was mentioned at the October 2nd council workshop, we did not finish and we decided to continue that item, and so we will be bringing that back, and the direction at that time is to bring it back on November 4th, and that's why we're proceeding with November 4th. We currently have a 5 p.m. special session set up next week, next Tuesday, November 4th, for this effort. And Councilmember Lamb is right, we will likely have some closed session items, so we would want to start closed session hopefully promptly at 6 o'clock. And so I would just ask, it is absolutely the will of council for whenever we hear this item, I would just ask if we are unable to move it up to 4 o'clock, what council's preference would be, whether to keep it at 5 o'clock or whether to push it out to a future date to be determined.
So should we take a vote or consensus vote?
What I would recommend is that the item you vote for is kind of, do we move it up to, if we can't move it up to 4 o'clock, I would just like to see clarification on what Councilmember Lamb is asking you to vote on. If we can't move it up to 4 o'clock, would you still like to continue it next week starting at 5, or are you recommending we postpone it?
Is everyone able to make it at earlier time?
I can call for consensus on a 4 p.m. start time, council member. That would be Vice Mayor Barbadillo. 4 p.m. start time on November 4th.
Well, my availability for earlier time comes about on a pre-advance. Unfortunately, I am not able to do a 4 o'clock.
Okay, then in that case, then we have to perhaps move to another date.
Let's go with Councilmember Chua.
Stick with the 4 o'clock first.
Okay.
What is it now? 6?
It's scheduled for a 5 p.m. start time. We polled for a 5 p.m. start time on the 4th.
Next Tuesday, same day as the city council meeting at 5 p.m.
I think today we started at 5:30, right?
Today we started at 5:30. Next
okay?
Tuesday is 5 o'clock.
5:30 is okay.
No, next Tuesday is 5 o'clock,
Oh,
which we received consensus from the council on. This would
5
move it
o'clock.
up, and
Wanted to move it up.
this
Yeah,
would
5
move it up
o'clock.
to 4
I
p.m.
prefer 5.
5 o'clock is fine with Vice Mayor. And is that okay with you? 5 o'clock?
Well,
It's currently scheduled for 5 o'clock, the special meeting.
Mhm.
It will be an hour for a special meeting, then any closed session, and then then the regular meeting.
Is that okay?
I'm not sure we have enough time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it all depends on the vote, so let's take you said you said you don't, you're saying that 4 o'clock is not you want 5 o'clock, and so now let's move on to Councilmember Lin.
So this is just for a 4 p.m. start time that we're polling for right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
what we're polling right now.
5 o'clock then.
Councilmember Lamb, 4 p.m.
I'm fine.
Councilmember Lian,
No, I have meetings before that.
and Mayor Montano, 4 p.m. start time.
No, I have 5 o'clock is, I want to stick to the original plan, 5 o'clock.
That's 4 no's for moving it up to 4 p.m. and 1 yes. That means that the consensus failed for moving the item up.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that it?
So now move.
So I'm not sure we should stick with the time or.
We're going to stick with the 5 o'clock because we already got the votes. No, people prefer the 5 o'clock.
Okay. Then.
So your motion or your request died. Okay. All right. So anything else? If not, I am going to.
Just
Yeah, what?
quickly, Mayor.
All right.
Right. Last, I believe that's Saturday or Sunday, Councilmember Lam and I attended an event and there was an emergency. And what I want to suggest to the council is if we can see if we could put defibrillators on our buildings, because that incident, a defibrillator could have and may have made the difference.
Mhm.
But that was at a private.
Right. Sorry, Mayor. Right. So I'm talking about the experience of an emergency. Yes, that's a private setting. What I'm trying to see if we have consensus to see if there is a feasibility of putting defibrillators on city properties.
Oh, city property. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Consensus.
For consensus, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, so we have an announcement from Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the MUSD team, the Electronics and Venture Manufacturing Company, and also our economic development team. They did a wonderful job, a very successful manufacturing day. And everybody, the 92 students that went, and a whole slew of support from MUSD and also from our economic development team. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. I practically I manufactured a little flashlight, this size, very small. So I learned to do the shouldering and all that. So thank you. Thank you so much. Great job.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm following, I attended there was 2 sessions. There was a morning session and there was an afternoon session for manufacturing day, and I attended the morning one. It was really great. And this is something that we need to continue because the kids really enjoy it. And so and the company to allow us, our students, to go there. It's a great thing. All right, so that's it, and the meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.